Boy. Who was that?
では、前に出ます。
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Today is a good day, FGO fans. Getting the last little pieces plugged in here. We should be good to go. Grab you guys today's art. Hello, Sebas. Hello, chat. How's it going? Hope everybody is doing good today. Perfect timing with the end of the song. I did get the Go Live tweet out. I totally forgot to tell you guys about that. Go give that some love. Here is as well today's artwork. Please do me the favor and give the artist some love. It's a beautiful busty Lartoria, as chat knows. Spartan, thank you for the 81. Galactic, thank you for the 46. I thank you for the 44. And I believe that's everybody, because I think the only other thing was a follow while I was offline. So, hope you guys are doing good today. Like I said, today is a good day for FGO. I saw someone in chat say it's not a good day for them. That's fine. Today's a good day for FGO. Today, we found out via the Famitsu article that there is a continuing on of the story. Now, if you guys haven't already checked out Mr. Two Love Trouble, I might recommend a thing or two. Because Mr. Trubs there you go. Had to open it. Mr. Trubs has that video. Actually, hold on. Let's do it like this. Basically, I have already managed to summarize 99% of that interview that Trubs did. I was sitting there live in his stream writing everything down. He got through the entire Mr. 2 interview today, and he also managed to TLDR it, as well as he TLDR'd the Nasu and Takeuchi portion. So if you guys haven't already, go subscribe to Mr. Two Love Trouble. He's at Two Love Trouble Dark on YouTube there. And he is, again, going through the entire thing. So tomorrow he will be translating in full the entire Nasu and Takeuchi segment. I've already seen some people on Twitter are going around with machine translation. Please do yourself the favor. Do not rely on it. Some of the Japanese there is tricky. It is going to give you the wrong idea, because there were already a couple things I had to ask Trubs to clarify, because if you got the wrong idea there, you were going to get the polar opposite impression of what was going on. So make sure, if you guys haven't already, that you give Trubs a sub, that you watch it. That way you get the full context. And if not, at least wait until I do the summary and we sit down and we talk about it in full. But there was a lot of good stuff in that Mr. 2 interview, but I think the big one is the developers have plans already through the 11th anniversary. So FGO continues. It will go on. What we don't know is there going to be something more with regards to story? There's a lot of Nasu discussion about that. And that's going to be interesting. So make sure you guys go check him out if you want to hear more on that subject. But yes, I will absolutely go over all this with you guys when it's all said and done. My hope will be that Trubs can finish that portion tomorrow and that I can have the TLDR ready for you guys tomorrow and we can go over it. In the meantime, let me just clear up my AP here real fast and we should be good to go. They do need to continue story in some way if they want FGO to continue thriving, IMO. I completely agree with that. And like I said, there's something in particular that, to me, from listening to Trubs translate it and hearing Nasu talk about it, and then also seeing Mr. 2 reference it, it at least appears like the number one factor for if FGO will continue its story will depend probably on the clear rate of said story. So if people are not continuing and clearing Ordeal Call 4 and the final chapter, they are not going to continue the story of this game. And I think that makes a whole lot of sense as to why, right? Like, basically, if people aren't caring enough for the story, why would they continue the story? So if you want to see FGO continue and you play on JP, complete your story. Please do us all that favor, catch up, get that stuff done so that we can have more to come. So again, I think that's what really does matter. Open alt accounts and play more story. Got it. I think they're going to look more at the like percentage of clear rather than like the sheer number of accounts, right? If the game if the active player base as a whole, I guess I should say, is not wanting to clear the story, that's a huge thing. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. If for no other reason, you should do it for greed. What do I mean? They literally are giving you 1,000 courts to do it before the end of the year. Do it. Do it for the 1,000 courts. If for no other reason. Like, that, by all means, is worth it. And I'm dead serious on this chat. I think they know internally that that's the metric that, like, Nasu's going to use to determine whether or not he continues to work. And I think that's why Mr. 2 put such a reward behind it. I think they straight up are trying to bribe you. The devs want the game to go on. The devs know how important the story is. And I think this is all about convincing Nasu. It can be abused, make the last fight hard so a small portion of the player base can clear it. The devs, oh yeah, well I guess they didn't want to clear more of it. I think something like that might factor in, right, Pecking? I think like if the devs saw that people were having a hard time clearing it, you might see like nerfs come in and something like that. But I also don't think they're going to make it like so absurdly hard because there's a lot of discussion in that Mr. 2 interview about the grands and wanting them to perform well. So I think like if anything, that is going to be a nice showcase for like showing off how powerful your grand units are, right? I think that is their big deal. I didn't finish the mission you asked me. Hey, it's okay. Hope you got far enough at least. But it's fine. I understand. You're working hard, so just keep it up. Where can you use blue cubes that matter events? Wait, what do you mean? It would feel awful to miss 1K sand quartz because you were stuck on story. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be real with you. I think the only place, at least that I know of, that you can't use it at a certain point is LB7. That should be fine. I think, like, the bigger question as to whether or not... By the way, chat, 4 more hours on teapots. Make sure you use them or lose them. I believe the only thing that players would probably have a legitimate gripe in completing at the current moment in time would be the Olga fights. And I will say that The only thing that stands between is them and their ability to grand a beast class. So if you don't plan to grand a beast class, it's a complete non-issue. And in that regard, I do believe that if players were to complain, that there is a legitimate gripe that they have in that regard. Because I do believe the Olga fights are tuned a little bit harshly for the expectation, really, of the player base. I think naturally, if you're a veteran player, if you roll a lot, the Olga fights are not as hard. But I think if you're a free to play, if you're a newer account, or just more casual, I think those Olga fights are nigh impossible for you. And I think they probably are setting themselves up for a bad time at that point. So at that point, all I can really say is that, like, yeah, again, people have a legitimate complaint there, but that legitimate complaint does not impact their ability to clear the story. Like, and I'm dead serious on this. It's like, that is not a reason why you can't get story done. That is its own separate thing. It is an issue, but it's not like the end of the world type stuff. Let's see if I can full looper. Okay. We get the first Olga fight in like a month or so, right? When do we get Olga 1? Is it like October or something, I want to say? I don't remember. I was just talking about this earlier today. It's like, I don't remember what exactly we're supposed to get here in like in August here. Like, this is kind of a dead month, and I feel like there's some sort of campaign and I'm just forgetting it, is the issue. There you go, chat. Nice easy 3 turn. Say easy, I had to actually try, but it's 1 week after Summer 8 ends. Okay, that's surprising. That's a lot faster than I remembered. Yeah, to me, the Olga fights, the first 2 are not especially difficult. The third fight, though, is particularly nasty. And the fourth fight is not as nasty as the third fight, but it is still quite nasty overall, if that makes any sense. Okay. Third was the Mount Rushmore one, right? Wait, what did I do? Did I... Oh, no. I got full of myself. That's what I did. Alright, let's kill off the side golem, but this is not good. I'm gonna have to get Castoria here to an NP and hopefully take out Medusa. Olga fights are on average 30 plus minutes. Yeah, I have a lot of like issues with the Olga fight design. I think they're a really cool concept, but I think at the end of the day that the tuning is a little off on them. And I think if they get that tuning right, they could be a really fun experience for a lot of people while still like achieving that challenge level. Just in case it doesn't kill. Do it like that. 30 plus minutes to fight? Honestly, it's a lot longer because you'll probably spend that much time just setting up the comps. If you're actually like thinking about it. Hope everyone's doing well today. I am. Planning the comp takes more time than a fight. Yeah, it's like, it is what it is. Well, the extra attack is Olga 3's attack. It is nice. Okay. Oh my god, dude. I got 2 videos I gotta record today. Technically 3. Whatever. Of course I leveled up too, so that's my 3 runs for the day on the alt account at least, so I should be good. Let's make Blapples today. It's probably safest to do that since the event's done. Nothing else at the moment, but good lord. The Olga fights stay on the old channel, or have you moved them? The first one is probably on the old channel. So my main channel. The second one, did the second one happen after the turn of the year, chat? You'd have to remind me because it's been so long, so it's like I don't even remember when I did them. Olga really destroys Grand Olga? Sounds nice. I haven't even looked at what the fights are. I've been dealing with so much other stuff today. It's kind of hilarious. Today is also my mother's birthday, so like I had to call her and talk with her and just kind of chill out and stuff. But it's like, yeah, I've just been bouncing around like a crazy man today. Okay, let's get rid of this account. Boom. There we go. So today, chat, we did get it's got to be refreshed. Hold on. Let's say today we did get Parvati and Asterios, which, okay, now you have Shiro, Rin, and Sakura. Here's the problem, chat. There is only one Fate Stay Night person this can be, and that is Santa Alter. It's the only one I can think of. Chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but so it's like that is either yet another Santa Alter buff or I don't know what. And if it is a Santa Alter buff, wouldn't it be hilarious if they gave Santa Alter an upgrade to her mana burst that made it like actual Salters? Regent? Oh, for the 1-star? It could be Regent for the 1-star. Matahari, please. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think most people are expecting that to be Matahari, but we'll see. We will see, chat. Okay. Also, chat, as if there wasn't enough going on. Chat was right about Parvati. Chat was right about Parvati. I was wrong. Oh no. Oh yes. Oh yes. So you guys can see this is the problem that we're having at the moment. Get your summer shit done. Get your grand shit done. We've got a world to bleach. No, not that. Needs to be that. The primates in chat found the pattern. I see. Oh my god, I love how it didn't change the target. It doesn't matter, but like when you specifically go out of your way to change the target and the game's like, no, you didn't press the screen. I could use some of those maths. Yep. I'll go over it in a bit. We got a lot of stuff to do today. Updated my spreadsheet with the announced dates. They're a bit odd. Yeah. Actually, you got a copy of that spreadsheet there? Free single story summit on JP. Don't forget. True. Although I'm going there next, so this is just me like cleaning up here on NA and the alt account. Got a Ryan yesterday? Nice. Hope work was good. Did they even announce a Summer 10 stream date? That I don't know. I would have to ask Trubs, and Trubs already went to bed. So if someone in chat knows, feel free to chime in, but I have not heard yet. Though, to be fair, I think they're also busy doing and juggling a bunch of stuff, so it's probably not till next week, but yeah. Also, as far as I know, chat, nothing in the Famitsu interview mentions summer. As far as I know. Like, I'm not saying there is no mention of it, but like the cover is not your like upcoming summer servants. There's no big discussion about summer as far as I can tell, other than like they discuss like past summer. Oh, true. You're right. He did say something about that. I remember Trubs bringing that up in his TLDR. So it's like we'll have to see. It's just basically it's gonna be a surprise until the stream at this point, is what I assume. One for an Abubian got in the hand always hurts. Oh no. Just saw the advanced quests are at 1 AP for the hunting quest duration. Yay. Not that they were expensive to begin with. Yeah, that's... I feel like they're trying to incentivize you to do them, but nobody actually cares, right? Like, you're either just going to do it for the CE to use the hunting quest, or you're not going to care at all, so... When is the stream? That's what we were just talking about. We don't know. They haven't made a formal announcement as far as I'm aware. I remember you all in therapy. Well, the therapy is going to be, you're going to need therapy from all of your D&D sessions. Hello, Aniko. Lurking for a bit? No problem. Yeah, we got so much to go over, chat. Oh my god. Gotta do a buff video, gotta talk about the hunting quest, gotta talk about the grand system. I think I might skip the grand system video this time. I think that's the solution. To what I say. And if you do this, it'll help you some sunny day. Do-do-do-do. Don't live too fast. Troubles will come. And they will pass. You'll find the woman. And you'll find love. But don't forget that there is someone up above. And be a simple kind of man. Whoa, wait, what? Huh. I guess Yasakani, he's done artwork for the channel before. Got his account hacked. But he got it back somehow. Okay. My money is all on Cuckoo. For summer, I assume. I'll be 7 now because I stopped the raid because it's lazy. That's all good. I want the courts before summer. Yeah, I mean, the grand fights aren't going away, so you do have that. Though, keep in mind, if you don't get it done here in this week, then you might have an issue with, like, getting it done due to the storm pod requirement. Speaking of storm pods, done with that now. Theme for summer is mentally unstable this summer. Monk ass. Okay, there's an A done. JP, let's go. A Kid Drago. Thank you for the follow. All right, let's do the daily story summon. Sure, you guys are doing this every day. Ever grinded the Grand Olga fight? Nice. Yes, we will be getting to that here in a second. Although I think it has to relog me on JP is what this is. Grand Bunny time? Yeah, dude, Bunny's about to become disgusting. So chat, is the Olga fight single target or AoE? Since that is the one thing I haven't gotten to look at yet. Both. What do you mean both? 4 versions you can choose. Really? That sounds weird. All right. Definitely gonna be glad that I'm looking into this before making the video. Okay, there we go. Finally in here. Oh, I don't need to do that right now. Don't need to clog my inventory. One of these days, Story Summon will get me a lulter. Cross his fingers. Serenity. At least I get 5 mana prisms every time I do that. That is definitely desirable, if you ask me. So the problem I'm going to have is I can't continue my bonding escapades, though thankfully we at least got the next one done. Somewhere Harris smiles, somewhere. So is it one fight for both of them? Interesting. I figured I'd have to do 2 separate. Bro, I don't know if chat saw this. Like, what? Yeah, game. The rainbow beast symbol. Bond grill times 2. Whoa, it's because again, it's for both, right? So, yeah, I'm not sure what the heck I'm facing here. I mean, like I know it's Olga, right? But like, let me think for a second. Who would be good here? I guess it depends on like what form of Olga it is. Is the grand support list separate from normal support? Yes, it is. So they would have to be on your normal support to show up. Wait, are grands filtered out for this fight? It would appear so. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody with a grand, which is kind of whack. It's a Grand Koyan Dark down there? Where? Did I refresh? Oh. No, that's just the color of Seal's hair. Wait. No. No, those two are grand. The Grand Tyra, Grand Draco, but it's only level 100. I thought there was going to be 3 extra grands, but nope, it's 2. Yeah, I always understood it to be 2. I just like, I think the specificity was the problem, and like nobody really knew what to think completely because the devs themselves had been unclear. And honest to God, it sounds like some of this is kind of just like an afterthought. Like from reading through their interview, apparently Olga pushed another unit out to show up here. So I'm debating between like, do I go with a support or not? Like that's my my big question at this point. Grand Tlaloc, I know who that is. Right in the esports. Okay, I can't read any of that. Fantastic. So the problem is Draco is absurdly bad specifically for this, I assume. There's no real advantage. Really? Oh, wait, is my MHX 10? Yes. I couldn't remember if I did that on JP or not. Chat gave me a little bit of a heart attack the other day when they asked me that, and I was like, I don't remember. Wait, this is 3rd Ascension? Yeah, it should be fine. I use someone's NP5 120 bunny with my seal, and it's basically a 1-turn. Really? Like, what are your supports for something like that? Because I'm down to clown on that front. Moon Cancer is what I'm trying to think of here, which is right there. Boom. Cat hears bunny, he can slap hard. That's right. Buntaria meta in this economy? Pretty much. Hold on, I gotta think about charge here. I'm overthinking this and I know it, but do that. You're gonna slaughter it? Probably. I like. I'm just sitting here and I'm like trying to come up with something. I guess like in my brain, I'm already coming up with the plus plus. Unbeast. Oh, there's a break bar. Ew. Okay, that I don't like. And she's immediately gonna NP? I'm not worried about the health value. I'm worried about the, like, what the heck? Do I use Bunny right now? I don't think I do. I use that. That's party wide. Like, I should. I'm just worried about the, well, it shouldn't matter. Not ideal. I didn't handle that appropriately. So wait, Chad, are all of them break bar fights? Or is it like you can one shot later and it's just this first fight that is? Only this one? Okay. Also, I didn't get that drain, did I? Feels good, man. She increased the cooldown of my skills? What? Yeah, I'm just trying to like figure out what the heck is going on here. Oh my god. I knew that was going to go after Oberon. See, chat, this is why I'm glad I didn't listen to you and I did prepare for a little bit more robust, because what the actual fuck is going on in this node right now? Like, I think she steals your cooldowns. Yes, she does. My seal drained? Yeah, that definitely would have helped, but it is what it is. My god, she is talking. Yes! Girl is giving you exposition, chat. He says that, but it's not like he's in difficulty. No, that very quickly could have gone bad. Very quickly. Whether or not chat realized it, I was probably 1 or 2 turns from death. Okay. Oh, that's so... Yeah, I was gonna say, it's weird that it did it both times. So, my understanding, chat, is that you... Okay, never mind. It's got to do more. I've done all the Olga fights, so... We good? We good now, game? Can I play? Okay. So, my understanding is you do not have to pick an extra 1 and an extra 2. You can pick 2 extra 1s and no extra 2s, or 2 extra 2s and no extra 1s. So, in that regard, it seems like they went a little bit more above and beyond. There's your groupings right there. Are you sure about that? Yes. At least that's what I've heard. That is what has been relayed to me. Wait, hold on. Yeah, see? So the one I picked, if that were the case, chat, I picked the leftmost one. So that in theory would be extra 1 by all logical discourse, right? And yet... Wait. Huh? And yet it's not logical at all. Well, we all know who's getting picked, chat. We all know who's getting picked. The thickest ruler. Okay, that's technically not true. Well, no. No, it is. Okay, so there you go. So, chat, as proof, I could still select her if I wanted to. But you can have 2 of different types. I actually didn't realize I had this many candidates. I like how it does this like zap in load animation. It's like they should do this like all the time when you're selecting. It just looks cooler. I feel like, right? Like, but yes. We are getting the most foreign of foreigners. Why are you stalling for picking MHX? I wasn't. To be fair, I've already told chat who I was going to pick. If you knew, you knew. None of this should have been a surprise to you. Yeah, it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough without the 50%. The big feels bad, man. Same deal. Weird. There you go. I got specially requested to change my stuff by Fox. And I think he's right about it. It's like there's a point where like your attack power is so damn high you're killing anyways. So people do go for the bond efficiency. Okay, now this is what I'm worried about. Wait, I'm so confused. I always have a hard time navigating these menus, and I don't know why. Okay, so that's gonna be a problem. Oh my god, game, please. What did I click on? That? Yeah. That's a reset. Never mind. I don't want to press that. I was trying to figure out what that button did, and I just remembered what that button did. Whereas that, I'm gonna guess we're gonna start with Bunny first. You have Summer Scotty to charge 50% for Bunny? Yeah, but this is for like people on support, I assume, is why I'm gonna do it. So we'll see. All right, so that basically told me we have an extra 1 and an extra 2. Now, what's interesting is I assume if you pick 2 of the same, like if you pick 2 extra 1s, the grand score I assume works for both of them. But chat can tell me if that's not the case. So no, you still have to farm them both? Okay, interesting. They aren't good for the 2 types of extra? I see. Now, chat. I need somebody to actually explain this to me. What is the difference between these two? They're clearly different. What's the difference? Is it like single target AoE? Fire is single target. So I just single target gold is AoE. Okay, so let's say I do this one and clear this one. Would I still get a clear reward on the other end? You have to do both. Not required to run them all. Okay, I'm getting very conflicting info from chat. Like polar opposite info. Clear all of them at least once, then clear the one you are more comfortable doing. Okay. No, I did both. You only get clear rewards once. I'm so confused, chat. You have to do both to advance, but the rewards are a one-time thing. Why do you have to do both to advance? Chat's giving so much bad info. Right. I agree with this, but I also think, like, at the same time, it's because both sides are talking about stuff they're not sure about. Chat is definitely gaslighting. You're only single if you want. You get both rewards. Okay. Let's see. I like this. Clearing the AoE won't advance to the next tier for single target. Okay, but why do I need the next tier of single target then? If I get the rewards for both by clearing one. I think we go with Scotty here. Oh god, is there anybody I want to bond? There we go, chat. First time clears are unique to each node. Wait, that's not troublesome at all. Let's see. You know what? I don't care. Pick a bunny, and then let's rotate, and then let's see. I should probably go with the other one actually. So I don't think this matters. I'm just curious why chat said I needed to clear both to advance. That's why I'm curious. Damn, only 2.5 mil. Is your mash bond 15? No, she's not. Extra one. Oh my god. To get to the 100 star fights of each? Maybe chat meant between the two extra grands and not within the same one? I don't know. That's why I'm just utterly confused. Okay, so chat. This is proof. If you clear one, the other clear reward is also cleared. Agreed? Can we put that one to bed at least? Chat was intentionally misleading. And the only reason I have issue with it is because of time, right? I guess it doesn't matter. I don't even. It's literally just not going to be a thing here. Cad throwing hands tonight. I've learned over the years not to like not to trust on certain things, right? And it doesn't mean that like people are intentionally misleading, just that like sometimes people will talk about things when they themselves aren't actually sure, or they think they're sure but they don't actually know. And it's like I don't hate anyone for that or anything like that. I understand how it happens, right? But at the same time, that's a thing where I have to go like, wait, hold on. Like that's not good. That shouldn't be a thing. See how much mine can do. It's just NP gain. At Lucario, I've seen you do the exact same thing. So that's why I'm saying, like, I understand how it happens. No, it's all good, artists. I'm just trying to get to the truth of the matter. That's all that I care about. AoE on extra 2 is a lot more annoying. So do they have different mechanics? Like between the AoE and single target? I mean, I guess like naturally they would, but like I guess what I'm asking is like, does the boss do different things instead? Big time? Okay. Extra 2 is immune before you kill the ads. Oh, so that's kind of like the Indra mechanic then. That is annoying. I always hated that. Probably not the best combination. Wow, the bunny command code on this one. I have to choose that card now. On 103-star, Olga has 2 million damage cut that's removed if you kill the side fish. And she loses 1 million HP per fish killed of the issues. She won't take damage from an AoE NP until you do over 2 million damage on her. So you need 2 NPs or guaranteed cards. Single target is easier to farm. I'd agree with that, depending on what the single target gimmick is. Indra could be forced, but there was almost no point to it. Like, forcing Indra just meant not killing the side ads, which meant less loot, less master experience, less bond. So it's like, just kill them, right? Let's go in here and let's try to... Whoops, I always forget how to do this. Try to go with just Bunny. I didn't press the right button again. Because, dear Lord Almighty, I keep pressing the wrong thing. Okay, so let me take a look at this so that we get this understood. So this is Avalon's extra, grand sheet, right? So here's extra 1. So let's see. We got master skills cooldown reduces twice as fast. That's stupid and dumb. Grant self 30% defense up and 500% damage cut versus enemies with enemy focus. Defense up and damage cut versus a unit that's taunting. Interesting. Grants another 50% defense up when an invuln is active on self. Unless some part of this gives invuln, that might be one of the worst effects so far. Because that is incredibly unit dependent. Like you could have made it where it's like gives another 50% defense up when an invuln, evasion, or guts are active. Like if you did that, that would have like been more. But let's see. Successful quick chain will grant party 20% quick attack up, 1 turn before damage, 20% crit resist up for self. Meh. Arts chain will grant 20% arts up and 50% NP gain when damage. Feels like a lot of the extra stuff is hinging around taking damage, which for ruler, that's fine. For like Avenger, no. Successful buster chain will grant 20% buster up for the party before damage, 80% crit damage up versus enemies. Excellent. Mighty Channel grant an undamaged buff 1 time 3 turns when taking damage. Grant self 20% attack up for 3 turns. Apply a taunt on the enemy. Wait. And apply enemy focus state on the enemy for 2 turns, which can be reapplied when attacking. I'm so confused. Is that not a taunt then? Because that sounds like you are putting a taunt on the enemy when they hit you. And I'm like, that takes the ability to apply a taunt to an enemy out of your hands and puts it up to RNG. And I hate that. That sounds terrible. I would never want that in a multiple damage, like multiple enemy scenario. Enemies with that state will focus the unit that applied it. I gotta ask Avalon what the fuck that means. That's utterly fucking confusing. Let's you apply a 1 turn taunt, then also stack that benefit. Yeah, like it's so convoluted because it sounds like this is all from the undamaged buff. But maybe not. Non-specific chain will grant self-invuln. Okay, there you go. That's what I was looking for, was like, was there an invuln? Because I was like, holy shit, dude. Like, if not, this actually just kind of is garbage. Because some enemies or some units have it, other units don't, right? Stackable with other non-grand score grand score invulns. 3 times 3 turns. After usage, it has a 4-turn cooldown. Yeah. That's kind of like the evasion one that was on the other one. Grant self 20 to 50% power mod with enemies with enemy focus. Like this sounds like it's designed for like Shielder and Ruler more than anything. And as Bunny, even as a really thick ruler, I kind of hate these. Like, they don't sound nearly as good as some of the other class ones. Some of the other class ones are like very offensive. And I highly doubt when we get to the end battle at the end of the chapter and we get to pull out all of our grands, that there's going to be a point where you're like, aha, it's time for the defensive showcase. I feel like you're going to spend a lot of time just absolutely buster blitzing everything. I think it's also meant to help Avenger and gain NP by their NP gain on damage passive. While I agree and understand that that's part of what that is, like that's what they're emulating, I'm always going to say that that is one of the worst mechanics in the game. Because Avenger, to a large degree, is glass cannon and does not want to get hit. Like I understand, and yes, like I've had points where like Jalter's gained a ton off of it and stuff, but like I feel like as a master, your goal is to always like try to prevent the damage rather than allow it through. So it's more like, I guess it's like the silver lining on the like big turd you just had to step in. Huh? Oh, it's got to be the foes. It's the foes. See, chat, isn't this a nice mechanic? You go to level someone up and you just did a 20 stack and boom, there's another 20 stack. You don't even have to press it. It's just there. Isn't that nice? That's so good. Extra 2 score is also very gimmicky as a ton of text. Took a good bit to understand it. I still don't. Understandable. I'll take Florin here. Because my Buntoria should be good enough at least to clear the side enemies, and then it'll set up a Kenshin NP. Okay. But it could be Pedro Pascal. Yeah. See, one of the mods doesn't like Pedro Pascal. Roma. I had to get used to it. My mind kept hitting the button to reselect. Oh no, I get that. Like, there's nothing you can do about that, really. Like, it's just that is what the benefits are to the extras, right? It is what it is. Hopefully, there's a good point that can be used in. And honestly, like, if there is a point, Bunny will be amazing at that. Bunny's one of the few rulers that has hard actual survivability. Add in more hard survivability and like her being able to take hits and having a like damage increasing mechanic on the enemy. Yeah, I think like that'd make my Bunny nigh unkillable. So it's definitely an interesting thing. I just like the game is for the most part all about like damage meta and like blitzing things. So that's why it's like it seems so odd, and like my initial impression is that I hate it, but the more I think about it, the more fine I would be with it. Are all extras grandable right now? Yes, with an asterisk. And the asterisk is no if you haven't completed the Olga fights. You have to have done the Olga fights in order to be able to grand a beast, because normally lore would dictate that you cannot grand a beast. So they allowed that as a like exception to the rule. Gonna give it there. I'm just gonna take the 90%. Like, people banging their head against the Earth Olga fight right now. Yeah, I like I said, that fight's gonna piss people off. I did it with you guys on stream, and I think a lot of people thought that fight like wasn't as bad. That fight was pretty rough. There was a reason why I did the higher difficulty of it, and then I said I'm not doing the highest difficulty. I literally just refused to attempt it because I knew. And it was one of those deals where it's like I could probably get it done if I sat down and hammered out a hard plan for it. But I did not, one, want to like waste the time, and two, didn't really have the time for it. So like I kind of just said, yeah, it's like it's not worth. It's literally just a bragging rights thing. And to me, I went like, nah. But the reason why is because just the step up from the simplest difficulty to the second hardest difficulty was so absurd that I realized the next step would not have like Olga would have gone from barely leaving my units alive to instant killing them. And I went like, nope, not dealing with that. You can take Hakuno for card shuffle spam to get Bun Toria Buster cards. I mean, I probably could. I haven't been quote unquote trying too hard in that regard because I'm just focused on like working my way through the nodes and getting to the top thing. But it's definitely a strategy. Like Florin at least has a high damage single target that's able to kill. So I'm just kind of like making use of that, if that makes any sense. Earth Olga's overtuned. Yes, I completely agree. And like, I'm sure there are like challenge people out there that love that fight. For me personally, I feel like regardless of the difficulty of the fight, the sheer account check nature of it is probably one of the like just hardest things about the Olga fights in general, right? So it is already straining the limits of your account. If you do not have a robust account, you're not doing it. That's the truth of the matter. If your skill levels aren't developed, if you haven't like been utilizing your servant coins and pins, if you don't have a good stable of CEs, you are going to struggle on those fights. And that is why I think they're overtuned. Doubly so because they locked an actual tangible benefit behind it. Like, so for instance, you could be a more casual player and you could say, I want a grand, like, let's like Space Airish or something, right? And you just can't do it. You're hard locked out of it because. Did I already react to the new interview? The only thing out there currently other than Trubs' translation from what I've seen is machine translations, and you should absolutely not trust that. I did talk a little bit about the interview already. Trubs has the full translation of the Mr. 2 interview out. So you guys should definitely go watch that. It is a long video. He does have some TLDRs out for both that and the Nasu interview. But yeah, do yourself a favor. Do not, if somebody goes like, hey, this is machine translated, do not trust it. Please do yourself that favor. Don't trust it. I can't stress that enough. Like, I have seen it so many times over the years where like, it's been wrong, right? Last hit of the crit is 1 million. Was it? I didn't even pay attention. Olga starting to feel thick. Yep. Gonna be a thing. Although, to be fair, now I can probably go and at least advance this a little bit more. But it's not enough. I think we'll go for the quick card first here. Just because I'm using a Scotty buffer. I saw someone beat the highest difficulty with only 2 teams in 4 turns today, thanks to barely hitting thresholds with Grand Typhon. First team was Arc Merlin. Second team was Typhon, Doman, and Koyan Light. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, that is crazy. Also consider that Typhon was not out when that fight came out. Even crazier, right? And that is what that is. Like, I'm not gonna say that like somebody can't find a way, but yeah, that's like that sounds like they're like min-maxing that to all hell and that they've like come up with the perfect solution to it. And that's why I do think, at least with time, solutions like that could be found. But could your average player pull that off? No. No, probably not. After clearing her ads with NP? Oh, I believe it. I'm not like setting this up to be a only like Buntoria clear, if that makes any sense. I think I'm gonna do that. %70. Yuck. It split them perfectly. Yeah, I mean, and keep in mind too, right, chat? Whenever you guys see something like that, it's interesting, and I get this. This happens on the channel all the time, so it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. But over the years, I have watched chatters try to refute my statements and arguments by basically going, "Well, I saw so and so do it with this." And there's a lot of factors that go into that. That is probably done after numerous recording attempts, after absolutely min-maxing the math for it, after sitting down in a Discord of like 5 other like-minded people and trying to come up with the perfected strategy for it, after literally them min-maxing all of their account for those particular units, and you watch stuff like that happen, and then you try to have like a gotcha moment in chat, and you go like, oh yeah, Cad, but the point you're making isn't legitimate because this other thing that required tons of like hard work and dedication invalidates your statement. And most of the time when I'm making a statement like that, that statement applies to the average player, not one of us, not a content creator, not a challenge enthusiast, not a min turner or min maxer, right? Like when I'm sitting there going like, this fight is probably overtuned, I'm saying that having cleared it. I'm saying that with the express understanding that I am talking about the average player and not myself. And that's why like I bring this up, because I know, Hort, you weren't trying to do that, but like over the years that has been a thing constantly where people try to go like, oh yeah, but like I saw this clear, and I'm like, I don't give a shit about that clear. That clear proves literally nothing, and you're an idiot if you think it does. In that sense, that like people have a tendency to like believe that because they've seen one person do it at an extreme like outlier scenario, that means everybody can do it. And it's like, no, the vast majority of people can't do that. Like I've tried to explain that to people over and over and over again over the years, and it's like some people just don't get it, man. There are so many factors that go in to a fight like that where, yeah, it's like you could sit there, you could have the exact same setup as them, you could walk into the node, you can get a completely different result 99 out of 100 times. And then people will maul and they'll be like, I can't do this, what the hell? And then they'll realize, yeah, that wasn't just a like like everybody can do it type of thing. Because you got to think about this too, chat. if everybody can do it, why are they making a YouTube video out of it? like think, chat, think, right? Like, why is there not 100 other clears like that posted? Because it's special. That really is usually what it is. An account like yours will feel like that fight is bullshit because Olga straight up resists most saber faces, and that's the majority of your account. Huh? Like, no. In fact, I think that statement's incredibly stupid, Drask. Like, what? No. And I'm saying this because pretending like my account is only saber faces is laughable. Both of my accounts, NA and JP, have numerous other units and rely on them very frequently. So, like, no, that's not why I feel like the fight's too hard. I literally look at it from a layman's standpoint, like from an everyman type of viewpoint when I look at this stuff. If a fight is like hard-coded, for instance, to fuck over Jalter, I would not be like, man, this fight is too hard. I would go, damn, that's rough for Jalter. If that makes any sense. I meant that specific accounts will struggle in different ways. Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is I'm not viewing it only from the lens of my account. Okay? Because I feel like a lot of people think that. A lot of people have a tendency to think like, oh, CAD's just being biased. And it's like, no, usually I'm not. Usually if I'm making such a statement, I am actually trying my hardest to check that bias at the door and talk to you about what you guys can expect from it, right? You just use saber faces as much as possible. I'll be honest, I don't even use them as much as possible. If I did, you would only see saber faces. But yes, it is a thing. I definitely try to use them a lot because I love them. They're my favorite units. It's like telling a Rin simp not to use Erish or Ishtar. Like, okay, they're still going to use them. Yeah, no, I agree. And that's the point that I'm making. I can understand how the challenge can be fun, but at the same time, I agree, I didn't really have much fun with it. I thought it was pretty bad in that regard. Like, a lot of those fights just seem designed to, like, screw you over if you don't sit there and min-max them. Okay, so for my actual comp here, what do I want? Obviously Bunny. But like, do I go Hakuno and try to shuffle and fish for the Buster card? But then the problem is like Buster crits. I think it's like probably my biggest complaint about the whole like the whole like grand support list thing here is that like it's so freaking RNG as to like what units appear because people are granding like everything under the sun. Buddy, Hakuno, Summer, Scotty, yeah, it's definitely something that we can try. Sorry, gotta find it. Not him. Oh, have I not leveled up her skill? Wait, that doesn't seem right. I could have sworn I did level up her skills. It's not him. Did I not? Any mad lads with the 120 Angry Mango? Not that I know of. You don't need to get support grand. No, I'm aware of that. It just, do you know how far I'm gonna have to scroll to get out of the grands? Like, it's not gonna be a fast thing. Sorry, I gotta remind myself of Hakunon skills. Chat, we're over 2 billion, by the way. Yeah, that's what I was looking at, is did I need to lure this skill? Then do I care about the others? Selfish. Not really, no. Now, are you using double Scotty with this? Or are you using just Scotty and Hakunon? Because I think this does have a lot of potential. Oh my god. Hmm. Guess I could turn off the double Scotty Hakuno. Yeah. Okay. Does Bonnie get bonus from the animal traits Bonsi? She should. Though to be fair, Bunny's already pretty bonded. It's like I can bond her more, but um no, I don't even want to press that if I don't have to. Wait. I didn't do that right. Yeah, I know she needs it per shuffle. I'm just like, order of operations there. I did not think properly on that. Okay, let's see how good Bunny does. Okay, so she still kills the side ads. And that's without most of the grand stuff. She doesn't need a full buster chain. Yeah, I agree with that. It's not the button I wanted to hit. God, I do this over and over and over again throughout the whole process. I never learn the proper buttons. I could grab that, but let's grab that. And that. So that I have all of her cards boosted. Yeah. Well, I'm just sitting there thinking, and it's like, do I even need Hakunan unless the bunny shuffle fucks up? Like, that's the only thing I can think of, is that it's just there as a mitigator. I don't need it otherwise. Which means I don't even need to rotate Hakunan in. That's food for thought. Double grand mash on turn 2 is a bit overkill. That sounds like it. I think it's the only issue I have with like Aoko and mash and stuff is like the way they function now is kind of ass in the sense that they have the one turn wind up. Otherwise, they're absurdly powerful and it's great. So chat, you guys think that kills? I think that kills. I think the quick card there with the Scotty buffs does its damage. Such an absurd health value, dude. What the fuck are these crits? I love it. I love it. Like, that's so great. Big crits, yep. Yeah, the question is going to be, can I keep finding a Scotty on support? Now we're getting in the swing of things. Guess I could jack the damage up on this too if I wanted. I don't need to. Like, the fact that the crit is doing as much as it is just absurd and amazing. Like, those are what, like at least 2.5 million per crit? Like those buster cards? That is just disgusting. At this point, I'm just focused on trying to progress the grand tree as fast as possible. I don't I don't think I care about any of these actually. Like, the only thing I want is that triple buster chain and non-specific chain one. I think those are the only two that matter at this point. The rest of them are defensive skills that, like, are not going to help me clear. Watch as the health bar disappears. Exactly. Damn. Now that That is a nice grant. Double bond seas. Like, holy shit, dude. So chat was pointing out the animal characteristics one. It's that one, isn't it, chat? The Koyan one. Like I said, Bunny should have it. Let me double check. Fandom, stop shitting the bed. Thank you. Yeah, she's animal characteristics. Specifically in forms 1 and 3, she is a bunny. But bunny doesn't matter for this purpose. We'll throw that in the background. What is my bunny already? And she's already... Actually, she's not as high bond as I thought. I thought my bunny was like bond 12 on JP, but I guess not. Is she lawful? Is bunny lawful? She should be. Yeah, lawful summer. So that is another one that I could do. The problem is actually party cost right now with this comp. I didn't need to press that. I guess I could throw mash in. And then I could at least put in the 5 AP backline bond. I mean, even that extra attack, I think, is doing about like 200 to 300k. And the extra attack can't crit, so that should explain a whole lot. Mash is also lawful. Yeah. Okay. So, guess we get rid of that. I rather not, but let's throw mash in back here first and let's see. That gives me enough room for like this. Oh god, what did I hit? Gives me enough room for that, but guess I can drop Kagatora? And we can go... Wait, chat, which one was the lawful one? Is it Habitrot? Okay. That's going to be such a ludicrous amount of bond for her. One party cost shy of fitting a 4-star. debating if I just get rid of Hakunan at this point. But let's keep it for now, just for safety purposes. Mango is technically a 2-star. You're not wrong, but I don't think I have him Bond grailed. Not that I couldn't, but like the fact that Summer Scotty's dealing with like both the niches here is also helping, because then if the off card that I get is a quick card, it also clears. I need to see what happens if I get like an arts card or something. Like, part of it's also those defense downs that she's getting, but it's like absurdly good. All right, let's see how much bond. Just get like 20k a run, dude. Like, that actually is disgusting. Now, part of that's like I am running teapots right now, but like, good God, even without the teapot, that should be like 10k a run still, which is also absurd. Highest consistent buster crit damage hamper in the game. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously you have people like Merlin, right? Where it's like they're just like good for that one turn. Oh, wait, why am I doing that? But like, God, yeah, it's a weird thing to me. And I've seen people like say, hey, you know, that's why she's really good, and that, you know, it's a good thing that they made her this way. And I'm like, well, I think that's up for debate still. It's like she probably should be more quick centric than she is. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, it is nice. It lets quick units double dip, basically. It lets them have both quick and buster cards. So it does make it really odd in the sense of like buster units can use her too. So it's like they basically made her a much more valuable support than original Scotty in that regard. And I think it's what makes the two of them feel so distinctly different, and why, like, if you're running a quick comp, odds are you probably want both instead of just one of them. So it is nice in that regard, and I do really, really like the way that panned out. But I like we'll see when we get to those caster buffs, because like some of that, man, I still don't know like if they're gonna buff a support or not, but I feel like one of those buffs probably is a support buff. Okay, so there we go. So we finally got that. I don't think that kills, so let's shuffle. Not good. Wait, isn't there a special effect if it's at 50 stars? Oh my god, dude, it just got worse every stretch of the way. Fuck. Actually, fuck. Let's see. That was the failure condition right there. How much did the arts get? We're at 4.3 mil. 3.9. The arts went from 3.9 to 2.4, so the arts still dealt about like 1.4, 1.5 mil. And then we still kill the next turn. Command seal CAD? Why would I? You could say the middle Scotty charge for Hakuno too. The only reason why not is because there's stars there. So probably more than anything, like it's such a weird thing because like you're just not guaranteed no matter what you do. Like if you rotate the party, you break. If you have Hakuno shuffle, you break. So like, and I'm talking about the card lock mechanic. So it's like it's just kind of rough in that regard. You can shuffle Bunny first to see. I can, but yeah, it's like it's still gonna get broken if I have to like pull Hakuno in here and do stuff with that. So this one I actually want to see, does it kill? So this is 0 busters but double quick. And I don't think it will, but I want to see, does it? It's a good idea to like just figure out how far I can get with this. Okay, so double quick gets close, but it's not enough. But this should be a pretty easy 2-turn then. He says as he gets literally no fucking cards. What the hell? Thank you. I still think Bunny needs an adjustment to her first skill. It needs the melt treatment. And the fact that it doesn't have that is such a like hamstringing effect for her. Okay. So I mean, the shuffle can bail me out, but it's still just RNG as to whether or not it does, is the problem that we're running into. Should work. Hmm. 43 total runs for max grand score. It should be less than that. I believe the proper number should be around like 36 clears to max a grand score. Well, that worked. It's weird they left a Saberface this long without making her OP, and especially in Artoria. Well, hold on. What's that supposed to mean? There are plenty of Saberfaces that have not been OP. Even like when you could sit there and start arguing about like the fact that it is Artoria and whether or not you think it should be. I think like over the years there have definitely been versions of her that were way undertuned. Like an example, if it is that tomorrow is like Santa Rider, right? Like she finally got her first buff, and that buff makes her like now able to 3-turn. But before that, she couldn't even do that. Like, so it is what it is. Yeah, MHX had to have like multiple buffs over the years to even get to a point where she was actually leading in damage. Lalter in shambles for years? No, Lalter was never bad. I would contend that Lalter had a very synergistic kit all along, pretty much. Like, I see people asking for Lalter to get buffed all the time, and I'm like, have you actually looked at, like, Lalter's damage numbers, for instance? Like, they're the best amongst the 4 stars. And that should be, like, 1, a wake-up for people, but 2, what you guys see me doing with, like, bunny crits here is something that if Lalter gets her chain, she can do as well. Like, not to this extent, but, like, Lalter's actually pretty darn good. Yeah, Lartoria was still a very viable unit for a long time, and Lartoria's only real issue was her damage output, which was kind of the polar opposite of, like, Lalter, where Lalter's issue has long been her charge more than anything. Should kill. And see, it's so nice if I get the 2 cards, because I don't even have to, like, plug suit or anything. I don't even have to mess with Akunon. I mean, Tex was infamously mocked for being memeingly bad before all of her buffs, but she was never as awful as some people used to think. Yeah, I mean, like, the worst part about her is literally just her kit. It's how clunky over the years her kit has been. And they're still, like, I still want them to fix that first skill. That first skill is still so ass with the way it functions. It, like, hard fucks you if you clear a wave and you have that skill popped. And I think that's so stupid that it works that way. Mango gets a unique grand border? Yeah. Yeah, I tweeted about that this morning. But I don't know. I think, like, with regards to this in general, I'm not going to say, like, every Artoria has to be, like, the most OP thing. My general thing is, like, I just want them to be viable more than anything. And I think... Hold on, what did I just do? I realize I just pulled in double Buntoria here. Let's see if we can make it work. Oh my god, no way. So the problem is if I hit the... Wait, she only has 1 card. That's 100% Buster crit. I want to press that button. Fuck it, we ball. Oh my god, I got 5 of a kind. It's so hard to tell the difference. But it is. It's 5 of a kind. Oh no, no it's not. There is one that's not. Oh, there's... Fuck! Wait, hold on. How the fuck am I supposed to see that? Holy shit! Come on, game! I'm like, oh, it's 5 of a kind. There's no support indicator. It's covered by the buffs and her white hat. Fuck me, I guess. Oh my god, dude. I think we send this one first, and then I double back with my own. Balatro, pretty much. With your special eyes. Yes. My mystic eyes of support perception. That's clearly what I needed. Come on, Olga, do it. Bring out another round of them. I'll kill them too. I already wasted that. That's unfortunate. No. No, I send that. I send the full chain. Do you have your brand? No, I don't think I need to brand my waifu. I'm still convinced Nasu misheard depth perception and thought it sounded cool. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, literally, some of the ideas that, like, I've had over the years for things have come from, like, me hearing or mishearing something and then just spinning it into something else. So, like, yes, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Did I already talk about buffs? No, I need to, like, get on that, but I'm trying to, like, get this farmed out as fast as possible. I'm Papega, so you'll have to forgive me, chat. I could keep shuffling. I don't want to. I feel like I'm risking it. I'll just go for the multi-turn. Yeah, we are playing Balatro. I agree with that. This is no longer FGO. Better roll on that one. So NP probably kills here. I should have just carded. There's times where I do that where I'm like, okay, I'll just kill with the NP. And then I was like, wait, no, the card would have killed and it would have just been faster. Gotta love it where it's like you're thinking so far ahead, you play yourself. I'm about to level up, actually. Brain fog status condition? Yeah. We gotta at least get one of the grands done tonight, chat. At least one. Nana, thank you. You people granding your summer skidoo are goated. Thank you. I appreciate you. Not the least of which because you benefit me. That, of course, has nothing to do with that. There we go. Your hands are on auto. They're trying to be on auto. They're just like, the game is not letting me. It was my second grand extra. So you can, and I don't know if you were here earlier, but like you can do a grand, you can do 2 grands from the extra 1 or 2 grands from the extra 2 if you want. You have 2 grands that you can do for extra, and they can be from either side. But my second grand was an extra 2 because Bunny's an extra 1, and that was a double X. There we go. There's the level up. Did Kag get the Summer Scotty costume? I don't want to bond my Scotty faster, no offense. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking of the costume one, but no, I'm good. There's also not a costume for Bunny, so it wouldn't benefit Bunny at that point. Or unless you're just asking just to ask about, like, hey, I want to see that costume. Then, yes, I have it. No, I don't think I have it equipped. I'm assuming you still can't like have like your grand rulers, even though both are two grand rulers. I believe you can. I believe you can. Because, like, for instance, I have two foreigners that are applicable on the second one. As long as it's not the same unit twice, I think. So clearly you didn't know what I was thinking. I see. That's odd. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I guess, like, it's absolutely possible, right? Like, what if two of your favorite units are both Avengers, for instance, right? Like, so I get it. I think, like, the fact that they gave us options is nice, especially since they didn't with the other classes. Like, I have seen people complain of, like, hey, I don't have like a grand rider candidate or a grand lancer candidate or something like that. And it's like, I understand, but also I think what the devs are just trying to say is just pick one. Like, who cares? Just pick one. Can't grant. I wasn't able to do Metatron and John. Really? Huh. So then Hera's right. Then you can't do the same class. That's interesting. I wonder why at that point. But I mean, well, I guess not, right? Like, it makes sense. At least with the way the lore works for the other classes, it's like there's only one grand at a time type deal. So, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, so they could be from the same group, just not the same class. That's good to know. That'd be good for the video. I was under the impression there was only one per extra class group. I was too, until Avalon told me otherwise this morning. I was like, oh, okay. Like, if Avalon tells me something like that, I'm just going to trust it at face value because it's not what I would expect, right? So it's like he has to have a reason for saying something like that. So you could do Cuckoo and then later change to Double X? Yes, and that is a thing. That's been a thing for like the other grands as well. Avalon as a witch burned the witch. He turned me into a newt. Makes sense. So a bub sent me. Okay, so now we I think it's time we back out and we actually level some of this stuff. I did buy that, okay. Which one's the non-specific chain one? The one that looks like just a clock. So it's this one. Yeah, because even the Mighty Chain one's not that good. Like, honestly, none of these matter at this point. Yeah, chat? Okay. Yeah, so we're 18. We're like halfway there. Should get there soon. At least today's videos won't take too long to record. And I'll try to make them fast, both for my sake and for OK's sake. Okay, the song got better. It was like the opening to the song. I was like, huh? It was just kind of shrill at the opening. Did I just give her a quick... Of course. Finish clearing shop just in time. Good. Hey, you guys don't have too much longer. That does work. I'll trust. I'll trust it. Because if not, so I only have one of the quick buffs. I don't have the second one. But if not, this is rough. Yes, it looks like my MP is doing about 700k there, and it still kills. Sweet. Didn't even have to use the extra attack either. It will kill. Arzus, weren't you saying that yours was doing like 4 million per? Was that just because of like command codes at that point? There's MASH. Now, what I pressed, God, I'm fat fingering everything tonight because I'm in a hurry. Bust chain command code crit damage, yeah. God, every time I see that Buntoria, I just want to pick it, chat. It's a perfect Buntoria, just like mine. And it's like my fantasy come true. Two beautiful, perfect versions of the same woman. It's perfection. Again. Okay, that'll kill. Dad picks second bunny. He should play Belatro. Listen, man. Your instincts compel you. Yes, perfection squared. Exactly. It's like infinity squared. It's just a null concept, but you know what? It's amazing. Why? Why, game? Why do you do that to me? Also, what level am I on JP now? I've got to be getting closer to the cap at least. I think I'm like... I'm like 175, 176 now. What? Finger. Finger. No. Bad finger. Why do thing finger? Mean. Evil. Like, it should kill still, but like, goddamn, man. It's like I'm trying to scuff myself. 176? Yeah, I think it's 176. So, chat, what do you guys think of today's buffs? Do I ever think they're going to buff hit counts? Probably not. If they do, I'll say this. They will not touch anything like that this year. So I think your only hope for a possibility of something like that would be after this part. There we go. I just farmed out 60 courts, chat. Feels good, man. For those juicy summer rolls, it's literally just what happened, right? Like, yeah. But yeah, I would not expect them to touch hit counts in general. They basically never have. They have tweaked a couple of raw servant stats a couple of times, and that's it. Beyond that, I think the only time I can remember them touching a hit count is when they adjusted it for Nero Bride so that her attacks could spell love. Iskandar was an NP gain tweak. It wasn't even a hit count tweak. If we get your Scotty skill 3 buff, it'd be nice, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of people would like it, but I'd rate the odds of something like that happening pretty low. Mostly just from the standpoint of I don't really see them like doing something like that, because it would really like I guess they'd have to be ready for the balanced state of the game. And actually, I'm gonna say this, chat, having listened to Mr. Chu's interview today, I'm gonna give that the odds of happening of like less than 1%. I don't think that buff will happen. Pardon, what about Bride's attack spelling love? Yes, if you do a Brave Chain with Bride, her attacks spell out love. Like literally attack animations. And they changed the hit count on the extra attack, I believe, to allow for it. At least animation updates should happen every year at least. Yeah. Yeah, that's really nice. I think the fact that they're bringing that back, I think they realize that that's something that the player base wants. And let's be honest with you, chat, it's something they need to do. Even if the player base didn't want it, they need to do it from a marketing standpoint. It is literally because they know that if they don't, they will end up with a game that looks old and bad, and they need to keep the game looking flashy and like polished and unique. So I think they know that. They know they haven't been doing it enough. They've let it fall by the wayside over the years. And I think they know like how bad some of the animations in FGO look. Because like some of the newer stuff, like look at Olga, right? Like look at Bunny here even. And Bunny's just a year 4 unit. So it's like this stuff looks good. The older stuff, things like caster balls and things like that, it just doesn't look good. It does. I don't know why. May just be the aspect ratio issue. What am I doing? Why did I back out? Oh, I think I unlocked it now, so What do we need? We need 140 times 3, which is 420. So probably like another 5 or 6 runs, maybe. God, I want to pick it. I want to pick it every time. Like, it's so much so that even as I'm scrolling by, my eyes are like, wait, no, I just saw it. Ozzy and his caster balls, yep. Dajaku, Dajaku. Oh, wow. That's the worst shuffle result I've gotten. That'll work. Yep. I just wanted to double check. I heard right, but did Mr. 2 confirm they plan to give us more animation updates? Yes. Yes. He stated, and I specifically, I don't remember this statement, but apparently a long time ago, the animation lead said that they were going to give an animation update to everyone. Now, what he meant by that in the context of that, I don't know. Because he might have meant all of the like older units. He might have meant all of the units that were released when he mentioned that. Therefore, still like older stuff. But it was long enough ago that like I don't remember the statement. But either way, he said like they're gonna stick to that statement, and so they're gonna start doing it on a like annual basis. So it's like it's good. I think it's another thing to look forward to at Annie at minimum. And who knows, maybe they don't do it for Annie, right? Oh my god, game. It'll kill. Or one of the silhouettes is not actually releasing this year. Yes, supposedly Olga pushed a servant to next year. Now, this is really interesting to me because it means there is a possibility that the servant that got pushed was the anniversary unit. It also means that there's a possibility that the anniversary unit was in the silhouette. So I'm not sure that that's true, but it is an intriguing idea at the least. Well, I guess I don't care because that's just the charge or the bond mechanic. I'm surprised though. Imagine not having the Skadoodle, not having the Skadoodle Bonsi. They must just not use quick. Yoink. But yeah, it's like I suspect that's who the new V-Day servant is because they specifically mention V-Day and it seems really like off the wall, like because like in the statement prior to that, he says, "Oh, we have plans through 11th anniversary." And then he starts talking about like, yeah, like we have plans through Valentine's Day, and you're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you restate that? So my conclusion is that in his brain, he's thinking Valentine's Day, which means that that's probably where the unit got pushed to. But I don't know. It's a weird one. This isn't even somebody I have added. I got room. Olga has a lot more animation detail in her NP. Chat, I would wait for stuff like that till tomorrow because I'm gonna have to go over all of this anyways with you guys. But yeah, TLDR is you, Olga, was not originally supposed to come out right now. They pushed her early. And I'll give you guys a little bit more context on that tomorrow. Asastra, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it, my dude. Thank you for the 7 months. Chat, can we get some love for Asastra? Also, Avalon, did you see my question? There's a lot of like ambiguity over enemy focus and like what the heck is going on in particular right here, like on the Mighty Chain one, because the way it sounds like is it's a taunt, but it's a taunt that you're putting on the enemy. At least that's the way it reads. You put it on the enemy, yes. Okay. But you put it on the enemy when the enemy attacks you. With a Mighty Chain. Okay, so that's why I was asking. Because it goes, well, granted on damage buff when taking damage grants self-attack up, plus apply enemy focus state on enemy 2 turns, which can be reapplied when attacking. So this sounds like it's all part of the on damaged buff. Which, if that's the case, I hate it. Because then the enemy dictates who it gets put on rather than you dictating. I might need to rephrase it. Yeah, that's why I was asking, is I wasn't sure, like, was I misunderstanding it? Was it a like just weird way that they word it? Did you not word it better? And like basically was it some combination therein? So but now you dictated. Okay, good. Yeah, because that's way better. Because I was gonna say, it's like, God, that's so RNG if you have to wait for them to hit you after you do a Mighty Chain. And then, like, if you were facing multiple enemies, it might go to like one instead of the other, and now it has taunt, and like now you have to attack that other enemy instead of the enemy you want to attack. So it like, oh, just all over the place. My God, that's 90 courts tonight. Feels good, man. Okay. Let's go bond her up. 3 bond grails used in the span of like an hour is just nuts. This song applies to Olga. All right, chat, how hard is the final fight? Because I probably only have like 2 to 3 more runs I gotta do with this. I also had to go back and forth because all the skills interact with each other, basically. Yeah, no, I'm not blaming you. Like, I totally understand. It's just one of those things where I was confused even trying to read it, right? I wanted to make sure I didn't tell chat wrong. Okay, that should be 2 more. Actually, it's maybe more. I don't know. These are weird because they don't always drop a consistent samey amount. This still makes me chuckle. Like, just the sheer crit damage of it. It's so fun to see, like, millions of damage go flying by. Okay, so that's enough for one of them. I need 280 is the number I need. That's probably still 3 more runs. Which one was that? It's the Gordolf one. I don't remember which one the Gordolf one is. Wow, that is a knee jerk right there between those two. Sorry, whiplash between those two songs. If only the actual Olga fights went like this, I would rather they did. I'm dead serious. I would rather the Olga fights were like a personal raid or something than kind of the way they set it up. I think like the way they set it up is interesting for testing your account, and I don't mind an account-wide challenge to a degree. But the problem that they're going to have with an account-wide challenge is, one, they probably shouldn't lock something as big as like being able to grand your beast behind it. And two, they realistically are going to do themselves no favors by making it hard and setting good rewards behind it, because to me, probably the most controversial like limitation that I can say that they put in this is the requirement that every craft essence be different, because it just hard penalizes an account that wasn't around to get some of the like really good welfare CEs. So basically the longevity at which you've been playing the game almost grandfathers you in, versus like if you haven't been playing the game for the like more than 3 years, you might find yourself in a difficult spot due to it. And I think that's a weird place to be, basically. All right, let's try it out with a arts card here. This is actually the first time we've had this in all of our runs. New account does not have the C's to do this fights, let alone servants. Yeah, when I say new, I don't mean like new, right? I'm talking like within the past like 2 years or something, right? Like a 2-year-old account will still really struggle to do an Olga fight. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's a bad thing for the game. But I understand that like more veteran players are probably like, well, I don't care. I think that's fine. And it's like, yeah, I get that, but I can also understand. Yeah, so one more. I can also understand that, like, if you're one of those players that is disenfranchised by this and negatively affected, you don't like that, and it probably pisses you right the hell off that this is this way. Because like some of these people are like, oh man, I really want to grand my new like beast or something like that, and they can't do it. Oh my god. Game fingers do things. Gotta go with the 70% quick crit there. A new account is no place to start granding. I think at the end of the day, if you have your ducks in a row for a newer account, you could do it. There's definitely like some logic to, hey, you don't want to spend the resources on this sort of thing. But remember, it's like the unit doesn't have to be 120 to grand them either. So it is what it is. It's like getting to 100's not that difficult anymore. It's still a little bit of an undertaking, but it's not as bad resource-wise as it used to be, I think. Like back when I used to initially advise it was before or like advised not grailing was before we really had like 5-star embers that really stretched the efficiency of an account, right? What? My finger just presses buttons, I swear. It like sees button and it's like neuron activation, press button. Did I? Oh, it's 280. I thought it was 240. I gotta do one more run, chat. I'm sorry. To be fair, that's all aspects of live service games. Older players will always have some advantages to newer players. And I'm aware of that. Like, I don't think that's a problem having an advantage. I think there's a difference, though. The difference of, hey, like, I have multiple K-scopes, I have multiple Black Grails is one advantage. Versus, I can do this fight and you can't. That's not an advantage. That is just, if anything, a disadvantage to the newer player. So it's like they have actually penalized the newer player rather than affording some advantage to someone else. So it's not like they have an edge in combat, which is what you would expect a more veteran player to have. It's they literally have access to things that the newer player cannot access. Not like, hey, if the newer player like just progresses down the story chapters, they can access it. No, not like that. It's they literally can't do it. And I think that's a problem. Big granding is like the closest thing we have to an end game. Yeah, no, it's perfectly fair. But like before granding, what would you have said the end game was? It would have been grailing, right? So like, I don't know. I'd say like at the end of the day, it just is what it is. Like if a new player wants to go down that path, one, I can't stop them. Two, it does tangibly make the unit stronger. So like, I get it. In SFW artworks, right? That's both the beginning and the end of every FGO player. Feels good, man. There we go. Extra 2 time. I don't think we're gonna have time. I'm gonna because I got videos I gotta record. So let's do this fight, chat. We'll focus on this being the extra one. But chat, what am I facing here? Because like I assume my mechanic is not gonna work. Like, is this multiple break bars or what? I'm not at this point yet, so no idea. I've gotten so fast at doing these, it's kind of funny. I do agree with that, Skylar. I heard you need a single target. 3 bars, I think. Okay. I can't. We have a hard survival extra 1 support. Like Janu. I don't know. Fuck it, we ball. You have 6 days to clear both extra. Yeah, like there's supposedly another period coming up at the end of August. I don't know if that'll be for a wholly new grand system like Rider or something, or if that's also going to apply to this. Like the way they talked about it originally, it seems like it applies to this, but I'm honestly not sure. What game? What is that bullshit, dude? And you put her on a clock. Bro, what? I kind of hate what they're doing with this. Basically, in order to give you a challenge, the game is cheating its own rules. Like, now neither of my units can get to their NP. And Scotty probably dies. Okay, it didn't kill Scotty at least. But is she just gonna keep eroding my cooldown? Thank God. Okay. It's all seal cards. Just gonna give it to her. Wait, is that? What do you mean she's MP sealed? Next bar, Scotty will die. I'm gonna die. Like, because she's just hard screwing any actual like counter that I have to her at the moment. Like the only reason this is even working is because of bullshit seal shenanigans right now. I don't mean MP seal, I mean seal the character. I do love the background on this map, though. Oh my god. Are you having fun? No. Like this sort of thing is not fun to me. I don't mind a challenge. I don't like when the game cheats its own rules to give you that challenge because it becomes frustrating for the player. Instead of like you sitting there thinking like, oh man, I'm overcoming the obstacle. This is the game is forcing your gameplay to not work correctly. And that's not fun to me. That's the like antithesis of it. Chad, I don't think I'm making it through this. I'm sorry. Like this is fucking rough right now. Blocking the player's actions is not fun. Yeah, I agree. Like I remember, like, so when we were doing D&D back for a while back, it's like we had a long discussion with Bob about like crowd control, because like, for instance, if you fear somebody and they have to spend the entire remaining combat just repeatedly like trying to check the fear with their dice and seeing if they can resist it, and that's all they get to do the entire combat round, it's like that's just not fun. It's like that's the most boring thing you could do. Can I triple seal this, chat? I don't think I can. But like I'm dead serious. I'm not sure how to handle this fight. This is just annoying, honestly. Sound Larry carry? I mean, it's pretty much what it's gonna be at this point. But he ain't gonna do dick. I'll be lucky to get 100k out of him. Yeah, he did 100k. Put 1 grand in the back row, not one at the front. Yeah, I guess. Like, God, I fucking hate that damn seal mechanic. Like, sorry, this time I'm referring to NP seal, and skill seal, because it's like, what the heck, dude? Mass chain now. I like. If Mash is Paladin, she clears easy. Yeah. Also, did you just... You drained me and buff blocked. She should not get to an NP. So that should buy me a little bit more time. And then she just card smash out. Like, bro, what? What? Wait, that doesn't seem right. That's a quartz. That's my 3. I don't think Mash is gonna win this one. Yeah, I don't like triple sealing this. This is really like, that pisses me the fuck off. And it's mostly because like this comp should have the capability of it, but 1, she's spamming her NP. 2, she's buff blocking, skill sealing, and MP sealing me constantly. And 3, if you're not a grand, you get your skills set backward. That's fucking oof. I'm worried I'm about to get womboed here. She's got Buster Resist too. Is it that she gains the last thing she was hit by, or is this just random? Got his drain on NP. Yeah, but I mean that just lets me stall here. I'm just debating how I want to handle this. Is like, I think it's that. And I think like if I die here, I'm just gonna scuff because like this is. I don't have enough time to sit here and fuck with this fight tonight. I wouldn't mind sitting here and solving it, but this is not how I envisioned them doing this. All right, watch her instant charge. I have to see how much damage this does. If this kills me, I'm scuffing. Bro, a stack? What now? God damn, dude. Like... So the question is, was that her just self-charging, or was that a break bar mechanic? And I assume that was a self-charge. Yeah, Jalter for buff block or somebody that can buff strip like Kagatora would be nice. So we got non-specific chain there. Even with the buster resist, still gets overgaged, so that's good. Dude. Appropriate song choice. Actually appropriate song choice. Wait, what? Wait, what? Come on, dude. Like, what is the point of this? This feels like the Indra fight all over again, where they've designed the fight to be as counter to its class as possible. It's just actually hard fucking annoying. Like, I'm trying to save all of Seal's buffs for the final bar because this bitch still has a guts, which is probably a full fucking HP guts if I had to bet. Like, holy shit, this fight is just annoying. Maybe switch for Salieri. Yeah, I just. That's the only thing I can think of at this point, which is just like that is. Ugh. What's weird is if she pierced, the bunny lived, and I don't know why Bunny lived in that scenario specifically, other than she just tanked the NP, which is insane in its own right. She tanked the NP, but now she probably dies in the follow up here. What? She didn't act? I don't have stars here is the other issue. Oh fuck, what is she? She's Star herself, so at least she should be. This isn't her third form, so I don't think it matters what I do here. Don't really want to shuffle the cards though, it breaks it. She had mercy. Yeah, I mean, there's sometimes a glitch where if somebody like kills with the first hit of their NP, that basically they won't continue to attack after the fact. But wait, did the guts wear off? Bro, what is this fight? Like, now I gotta say, that's not fun. Like, if I had more time, more capability, basically, to come in here and figure the fight out, sure. Sure, I could probably find something, but you're throwing around mechanics as if there's no rules anymore and the game makes no sense. Like, I don't find that fun. Like, knowledge is power, except when it's not, apparently. Was her threat to humanity only guts passive? I mean, nobody in my party should have been threat to humanity, at least. So maybe that's what it was. Yeah, maybe it was the passive. But like, goddamn, that was rough, dude. Actually rough. So yeah, I mean, at least that's over. So that's perfected. All right, chat. Let's get recording. I gotta get going. This is like, holy crap, dude. Yeah, it was second skill. Yeah, I actually didn't look at which skill it was on for him. I'm surprised it's not on this skill, but like, given what the buff is, but we'll take it. That new CE, hello? What new CE? I don't think it'll stay among the fake cast. Like I said, I think it's highly likely that tomorrow is Matahari for your assassin. So Regend is the obvious choice if it's the Fate Stay Night cast, because the writer, the only person that a 4-star writer can be from the entire Fate Stay Night cast is Santa Alter. That's it. And I'm not going to say they wouldn't buff Santa Alter, just that, like, I don't know that that's like that high of a chance of like keeping this going, right? Hey guys, my name's Kadroth, and today I'm here to talk to you again about the servant strengthening quest. So we've already gone over the Muramasa and Medea buffs. We've talked to you guys about Ishtar and Robin Hood, and so far all of the buffs are actually really no. What is going on? Why is my recording so fucking choppy, dude? The second I hit the record button, it's like and I could like see it like just getting extremely rough there. Chat, forgive me, I'm gonna close down Dogecam for a minute. Just to free up some like memory or something. See what I can do in that regard. Hey guys, my name's Kadroth, and today I'm going to be going over with you guys the servant strengthening quests again. So we've now reached day 3 of the campaign. We've already gone over Muramasa and Medea and Ishtar and Robin Hood. Those buffs were all very strong buffs. Again, I think it's really interesting to see so far the units that they're actually choosing. I'm not really sure why is it doing this. I don't get it. Like, look at it. You can tell I'm way more like slow and choppy. Yeah, what the actual fuck is going on? It's OBS Studio itself. At least from what I can tell. And then, like, let's keep it depressed here for a second. Yeah, look at it. It's not system resources. Memory and CPU are not maxed out. It's just sucking wind. It is specifically OBS. And that makes zero sense to me. Like, normally when something like that happens, it's system resources. I don't get this at all. I haven't changed any of it. Record it through the VOD and have it okay us to use that. He can. That is something that he does from time to time if I forget to hit the record button, but it's just like I don't know what's going on. I'm turning on the recording again and I'm just going to keep moving around. Let's see if it gets choppy. It's getting choppier. Why is it getting choppier? I don't understand this, dude. This is so fucking stupid. Okay. All right. I'll just count us down, chat. Hey guys, my name's Kadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you guys about the servant strengthenings again. So we've already reached day 3. We've had numerous buffs so far, including Muramasa, Medea, Ishtar, and Robin Hood. Each one of those buffs has been strong in their own right, and it's definitely interesting to see who the devs are choosing for the buffs, because it's not necessarily going to units that are in dire need, and it's been a really curious round because of that. So the other interesting thing that people denoted is that we are currently on a Fate Stay Night little bit of a trend here, as we have Shiro technically for day 1, Rin technically for day 2, and Sakura here technically on day 3. I don't know if that streak will continue, but it is an interesting one nonetheless. And as we look at today's buffs, we have a buff to Parvati and Asterios. So let's go ahead and let's dive right into Asterios. So Asterios is a unit that has been very interesting over the years. He's been a 1-star unit that doesn't see a whole lot of use, and part of the reason for that is because he is very challenge oriented. He's very stalling and dragging a fight out type of unit here. He has always been somebody that has been designed around debilitating the enemy. As you guys can see, his Noble Phantasm reduces their defense by a whopping 40% after its interlude, and also their attack by 40%. So if you can manage to get multiple of these attack down on the enemy, you can get some pretty interesting results. And that's on top of his 6-turn attack reduction that you can kind of just sit there and try to keep looping him and keep the stacks going to make it so that the enemy basically can't damage you very much. The problem with this strategy is if you don't manage to nail it, if you don't manage to get the enemy completely debilitated in time, you run the risk of like units like Asterios that are only a 1-star rolling around with like 6 to 7k HP basically killed. So as a berserker, he's very squishy in that regard, especially if the enemy is not debilitated. That's not really what the devs are addressing here, though, because a little bit, that sort of strategy, while still viable in some cases, is mostly a relic of the past, because a lot of players choose to instead prevent damage rather than try to reduce it or mitigate it in some other way. So naturally, I think someone like Asterios could use some love, and that's why he was my prediction for this round of buffs. His second skill is the one that got it, and this is the skill that increases his own debuff resistance for 3 turns, basically by up to 100%, as well as giving him a 40% defense up for 3 turns. This does help his squishiness. But now they've added 2 new effects to it. So basically, they have given it the ability to buff his allies. So now, Asterios works better in a team composition. Anybody that is chaotic, aligned, or demonic traded can get 3 turns of Buster up of up to 30% from him. And due to the nature of those 2 niches and the fact that they are separate, they can both combine for an additional 60% Buster up. So this is a very nice supportive buff there. And on top of that, he's also going to gain a crit star bomb of up to 20 stars. So this is perfect for a unit like Asterios that really does function around having a good team comp in order to be effective. This works not only for him in terms of stalling and debuffing the enemy, but also in the sense of just using him maybe as a buffing slash debuffing stat stick for the rest of the party. In fact, this was a pretty common use for the Berserker Grand system when it happened, as I very frequently ran Asterios in the party with my composition, and it definitely helped that out. Now, the Buster Up wouldn't have helped in that regard for the unit that I chose, but if you had chose someone like, say, I don't know, Kentucky or something like that for that, he would have been amazing for this sort of thing. So I think they looked at that capability and they said, hey, look, let's make him a little bit more party oriented to help out his usability. And I think that's really all they're targeting here with this. They want to make Asterios more usable. And in that regard, I think they have accomplished that. Next up, we have the Parvati buff. Parvati is an interesting one because Parvati is in a little bit of a weird spot. Some people would say Parvati absolutely needed this buff and that she, had been a little bit on the wayside now for a while here. To me, we can definitely make that argument, but it seems pretty obvious to me that if anybody needed it, it was probably the Valks over Parvati. So Valks are somewhere kind of lying in a ditch a little bit at this point after this buff for Parvati, because the way it worked for the Valks is the Valks always had more consistent damage, whereas Parvati had lower damage on average, but spiked higher in the turn in which she activated her steroid. So in that regard, Parvati at least had a little bit more range to her damage output, and Parvati certainly had the better refund compared to the Valks. Interestingly enough, that's actually what they address with her. So they come into her third skill, which has been a really weird one over time, where she has had the ability to drain herself 10% gauge and then charge an ally up to 20%. So in a weird way, she could use this on herself to gain 10% charge herself, but it is what it is. She could also use this on any other unit and basically get them the 20% charge at the expense of 10% of her own. Now, Parvati's always been one of the better loopers for the quick system. So in that regard, she was a pretty fluid unit. She could generate quite a bit of Noble Phantasm, so much so to the point that she could even work with other supports from other systems. She didn't even necessarily require the quick system in order to work. So refunds, while naturally a little bit limiting depending on the node that you're in and what you're facing, really was not her big issue here. But the devs kind of come back in with this skill and they say, you know what? We're still going to fix the way this skill works because it kind of did suck. I think most people would have told you that like the way that this skill operated was just kind of a downer for a lot of people. It did not actually feel like it was that strong in the grand scheme of things. Sort of a relic of the past again. So now they just change it. There's no demerit, no drain, nothing like that. This is just a targetable charge skill of up to 30%. Same deal. This probably would have been amazing during the Lancer Grand system that came out. But I think that's maybe where some of these buffs are coming from. I think it may be after the fact the devs are realizing, hey, maybe that unit could have used a little bit more in the Grand system to help them out. So naturally, if I look at this, I could say, hey, a targetable 30% charge is definitely nice, and it rivals some of the better charge skills within the Lancer class. And even if you don't necessarily use it as a supportive capability, just using it on her, this is going to help her handle more oddly structured nodes. So things where it's not just a 3-3-3 layout. Things where it's maybe like 2 enemy waves, or even maybe a single turn where there's a single enemy. Parvati will be better equipped now to handle something like that, given the fact she has that 30% charge. Plus, 30% charge works really well with something like a mana loading append for just bringing her to a nice even round 50%, something that the Scotties love in the Scotty systems. So in that regard, this is a perfect buff for her, and this absolutely does help her out a ton. But that's not all. They also decided, hey, you know what? Let's just give her a new effect where she gets NP damage up for 3 turns. This will work really well for synergy with a unit like Oberon that you might use as a third support, or again, just overall increasing damage output is the kind of name of the game here. So on screen now, you guys can actually see we have the new refund numbers for Parvati here. Basically, with even 3 overkill hits against 3 enemies, Parvati will get back to about 50% in a double Summer Scotty setup now. That is pretty nice, especially considering that we still have that nice charge skill if things maybe don't go according to plan. Same thing here if we are utilizing her basically against Berserkers specifically, where we would maybe get less. Even at 0 out of 12 hits, we're still getting back 35. So there is at least some capability to make up the difference there. Kind of having that capability to charge yourself back, at least to get yourself to that 50% breakpoint is ideal. And then naturally, even at 3 hits there, you're getting up to 40%. So you're getting really close to an actionable range there of 50%. And I do think that's good. Taking a look at her damage now, both before and after the buff. Again, Parvati doesn't really have a niche, so we could just kind of view her from the lens of a neutral standpoint here. Looking at like NP5, she'd get up to 34k, but Parvati's not a welfare, so something like 20k might be a thing if you just maybe get a copy on a spook or something like that. But looking at the new numbers, we could see the lower range from 20k goes up to about 24k, so we gain about 4k there. Same thing with NP5, we get actually more scaling due to just the nature of this character and the fact that she actually gets stronger with additional MP levels. You can see the gap widens from about 34k to 41k, looking at almost 7k difference there at that point. We also have numerous charge scenarios just showing you guys here on screen for how you guys can make her work. Parvati probably can work in an environment where there is less enemies, just depending on what you're trying to do. But this is all utilizing 0% charge CEs. If you wanted to make her work in one of those environments, maybe that would be assigned to like throw on a 50% charge CE or something like that. Either way, still really good as a Black Grail looper for her. She could be somebody that could really manage to do some effective damage now. Taking a look at her proper compositions here, this is Parvati's damage under her old setup before this buff and how much damage she could put out with a double Summer Scotty, Oberon, and level 100 Black Grail. And here is the difference now with this setup after the buff. You can see again at NP1, we're gaining about 30k of neutral damage. So still, if it's effective, you're going to be doubling that up. So it'd be almost a 60k difference at that point. Definitely interesting to see. And naturally, as we mentioned before, that gap's going to widen a little bit as you get higher up in NP level. So it is interesting to see. The Valks, for comparison, are in a much worse state. Don't pay attention too much to the cranking usage here. We just used any 50% CE that would kind of work and have like NP damage up on it. So in that regard, this is something that the Valks can do. They can start from a 50% standpoint, but they don't have that refund really to work from Black Grail, and that is really hurting their damage. So the Valks are very much left behind at this point. They are probably the Lancer that needs a buff the most now at this point. And here is a quick comparison to Lalter, who has just a ton of damage capability herself. But you can see this does actually kind of make basically Parvati a little bit more fluid and better off than Lalter in this regard, because the thing with Lalter is always going to be that Lalter is going to be kind of stuck in a weird charging situation. You actually can manage to make Lalter work with a 60% C if you have something better, so you can stretch these numbers a little bit further than this. But naturally, you can see where Lalter's really going to actually gain benefit is when she's in her niches, especially if she can manage to combine them. But that's where, again, her real standpoint is, as well as with follow-up crits. So let me know what you guys think about the Parvati buff. Do you guys feel like this is a good buffer? Would you have liked to have seen them maybe go further? Or would you have liked to have seen a different Lancer get a buff? I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. And who do you think tomorrow's buffs are going to be, seeing as we have a 4-star Rider as well as a 1-star Assassin tomorrow? So let me know your thoughts, and I'll be curious to hear them. I will see you guys for the next video. Later. I don't have to hit the end recording button, because there's no end recording. And Bonnie and Matahari buffs tomorrow. Yep. Actually, I should have asked people that, because people are already going to know by the time this video gets out. So it is what it is. The other thing we got to go over, chat, we got to go over, if they have it. I don't think they do. Got to go over the hunting quests. Got to record for that. Let's see if my recording apparatus gets any better, or if it's still shitting the bed. And it gets worse. Like, I can see it where it's like, after it's been recording for like half a second, it starts getting, yeah, there you go. Starts getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. I don't know why that is. And then like the second I hit stop recording, it goes back to fluid. You can see it's like it adds the frames back in. All right, I'll count us down again. Oh, this one I actually wanted to self-record. We'll try. Hey guys, my name's Kadroth, and today we're going to be talking to you guys about the upcoming Hunting Quest Part 13 here on NA. So this is actually going to be starting very quickly. I wanted to do a quick PSA about it, just so that you guys know that this is a thing. So we will probably have more stuff to come, including the Evocation Festival, and probably some sort of back-to-school campaign before we get to the Wangina Tour. For NA, that's looking to be early in September, so keep in mind that's still a ways off, but we're going to fill the gap here a little bit with Hunting Quest and the Evocation Festival. Now, you might be asking, what's in the Hunting Quest this time around? And it is an interesting thing. So you can see we do get some support servants that are maybe designed to help this. Just again, another bit of a PSA, don't forget Hunting Quests use event support. Make sure you load out your event support with maybe normal CEs or maybe some of those advanced quest CEs if they apply to the proper day. You can also see, due to this bond point bonus, we will actually have some efficient bonding for certain units that are on display here. You're also going to have some limited time missions just telling you to clear the hunting quests over the days, and you can see you get some nice rewards, including embers and teapots. And we do have basically a unique campaign where the advanced quests are only 1 AP during this. Kind of a weird choice, given that advanced quests are usually only 5 AP anyways, but hey, I guess it's just the devs making it cheaper for you. So naturally, on day 1 here, we will have a skeleton hunt day. This one is going to basically have both plus and plus plus nodes this time around, so you guys can see. You can expect things like the bones as well as ice in here, and even some skill gems and QP. So it is going to be naturally nice for that. Day 2 is going to end up being the merman hunt. This is going to be for your seashells here. And you can see, same deal, ice. You do have the Pride and Pride Plus variants here. So if you need to, pause the video and take a quick look at them so that you guys have an idea. And we do have on day 3 the Green Man Hunt. Now, this one is going to be another interesting one that requires me to bring up a point. And that's that usually with regards to hunting quests, whenever there are 2 materials on rate up, usually the higher rarity material is the one that's actually a pretty beneficial rate. Usually the lower rarity material fails to be better than probably a devoted free quest would be for it. So that's why I warn you guys, if you need something like seeds here, it would probably be a pretty decent farm. But if you're farming just for the LB3 bells here, it's probably not as efficient. So it is what it is. Now, same deal here for the Pride and the Pride Plus versions, as you guys can see. We do have both the, again, the Spirit Roots, sorry, I called them seeds earlier, as well as the Permafrost Ice Crystals and the Ancient Bells of Tranquility. So a lot more there. We also are going to have Embers kind of coming in here. So it's definitely a good thing. You'll be able to get both Embers and QP in this. It's almost going to be like you're farming all of your, like, Chaldea Gate dailies at the exact same time. For the next day, we actually have a very lucrative node for some of you guys here, which is going to be sort of your egg and stinger node here. So this one's going to be a really, really interesting one in the fact that it's going to be Lancers. It should be a pretty easy farm for most of you guys at this point, as we do have the Mahanaga in here. And that's going to be something you'll have to watch out for, because you're not going to want to leave that thing alive, or else it will buff strip you. So be very, very careful with that. And then here's the Pride Plus variant as well. So definitely another interesting one in that regard. Here on this one, your next day is going to be the Chimera Hunt. This one's going to have Chaos Claws and Cerebral Spinal Fluid. This is your 90++ right here. So again, similar deal. The Chaos Claws should probably be the better rate. We'll actually look at that here in a second at the end of the video. And we also have the Plus version. This one's going to be Archers with Super Chimeras. Don't let the Super Chimera manage to get some crits off on you, as long as you can kill them pretty fast. Should be good. And then we have the Assassin Hunt day here on the final day. This one should last multiple days, as usually the final hunt does. So you should have 2 days for this. This one is going to be your LB 6.5 swords, the ceremonial swords, as well as dust. So again, this one's going to be an interesting one, as both of these are a bronze material. We'll take a look at the drop rates here in a second, but naturally here is your Pride Plus. And then here is your plus plus with all of these. So pulling up here, my good buddy Ern managed to make a nice spreadsheet, as he usually does for events like this. This one is showcasing the drop efficiency of the nodes for Hunting Quest Part 13. So you guys can actually see basically the drop rates for each of the materials and how good they are. So again, you can see highlighted drops are better than or equal to permanent free quests. And interestingly enough, it looks like they've actually kind of changed things this time around, where basically the drop rates are almost always better than the free quest. It looks like the one exception over here is going to be on the Pride Plus of the final 2 days there with the ceremonial swords. That one is just going to be a little bit worse probably than the free quests that are available out there. But do keep in mind, we do have also the CEs listed that will be effective for you guys, as well as in general, just calculations if you need them. So again, if you guys get the opportunity, thank Ern for this. He put a lot of work into it. It's a very useful sheet for you guys' informational purposes. But again, I just wanted this to be a quick PSA about the upcoming hunting quests on NA. Hopefully this helps you guys, and I will see you for the next one. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and good luck and happy hunting. Oh my God, dude. It did not want to stop recording for like the last 10 seconds there at the end. So I don't know if I just baked in an end screen for that or what. But like, I didn't want to sit there and be like, what the fuck? Why is it not ending? Yeah, unfortunately, with the way this is, chat, I don't think we're going to record a Grand System video for today. if I were to, it would one be prohibitively annoying for Okayist, and two, it would be extremely low quality on my end. So that was a lot of buffering. Yeah. So I'm gonna direct upload that vid so that Okayist does not have to edit that one. That's why I wanted to record it, because that was my way of making that easier on him. But good lord, I don't know what is going on with my OBS tonight. I don't know why it is this way. There's some days where it feels like the world just wants you to suffer. So it is what it is. You were like 2 FPS. I know. There's nothing I can do about it. Like, it's just ass. It's straight ass. Like, yeah, it's moving like a real boy now. Yeah, if I tell it to stop recording, it works fine. If I record, it doesn't. I suspect like the computer just needs like a fresh reboot or some shit. And it's like, because like when I pull open my my task manager over here, it has like, yeah, it has 8 instances of OBS that it's showing, and I'm like 8 processes that are running, and I'm like, that cannot be good for it. Like, so I assume that's the problem. All right, chat, let's start the next extra duel here then. So, same deal, chat. Top one is single target, bottom is AoE. At least I assume. Windows Gremlins tend to die down if you reboot it. Yeah. Nice of them to give us a choice this time. Well, from what chat's saying, it's not so nice. Apparently, they're saying the AoE one on Extra 2 is way harder. Okay, Phantasm Moon, I see. Actually, she can 0 to 100 because she has the charge effect still on, so that this comp right here should be enough. She should be lawful as well. Yep, she's lawful good. At least it says Oberon too. Yeah. Put her in the back line for right now, but Problem is, this one's probably worse on party cost. Because I think the only low star is Shufu. Um, if she doesn't have a costume, she's writing. But no, it's not writing, it's writer, right? Yeah, so I don't think I can use any of the other Bond Cs for this. Doesn't MASH count as extra? You can't, if you're doing extra 2, you can't take extra 1. If that makes any sense. So, like, yeah, this is just, it's on the polar opposite side. Olga, huh? She's probably going to be the one that kills, but let's, not going to matter. Just rotate her out. I want to, like, low-key see, can my MHX kill? Is Olga a threat to humanity, chat? Uh-oh. And that's a grand that I haven't even invested in yet. It will kill, chat. Should be? I don't think she is. She is, yeah. Specifically, this one is. That's freaking hilarious. Oh, man. So then the next question is, does anybody have Grand Proto Merlin? I guess I don't really need it, but taking double Proto Merlin here would be the ideal. Then I don't get Bond. I'm picky. So this is the spicy flavor of Olga? Yes. Only Stellar Olga is threat. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Only this form is. I lucked out. And that, to be fair, that may be why they did it this way. Because they may have said, okay, we're going to make this one threat to humanity because the single targets are usually the ones that have anti-threat. So that could be it. Chad, I know Oberon can't be in the front line at the same time as Merlin, but what about at the same time as another Oberon? Let's see how much we can jack this damage up. Not a whole lot, because the second Oberon effect is not really helping. BB's also threat? Yeah. Oberon's also threat as well. But yeah, there's always like, people always mistake threat to humanity because they assume it's like, oh, it applies in this scenario, and then it doesn't. And that's like the weird part there. Huh. Someone has a Grand Kai in Skya? Of course they do. That shouldn't surprise you. BB isn't a threat? I guess it probably depends on which BB. You will never ever defeat me with that form? Yes, exactly. I guess in theory I could also take somebody's I could also take somebody's cuckoo and use that for charge. Extra 2 has it really easy on supports, it feels like. They have so many different options for that like you should be able to make something work. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I think that's all I need. At least for right now. In case you need a little bit more damage from her, yeah. Because she'd be able to pierce the invuln anyways. Although actually, would the invuln even go on her? Like it wouldn't it wouldn't put her to sleep. I'm surprised that I'm seeing Grand Oberons that are like 120 and like have all their shit. And like the account is like level 140 and 150. I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's certainly not. Like that's still a pretty veteran account. But like it's just surprising to me. Sure, why not? Yeah, the problem is not being able to find a second Proto Merlin is an issue here. So I'm wondering when I get to the higher values, is that gonna matter as much? But what's the max single target value, if any of you know? I'm getting raw dogged in this quest. My account was not ready. I told you, like, some of this stuff's nasty, dude. Probably an account that rejoined for 10th inning. That's possible. Like, there have been a ton of people that have messaged me that they've come back over like JP 10th inning. So, I mean, it makes sense. Like why not, right? If you've had an account, even if you don't play the game that much anymore, it's like, why not come back, check it out? So, like, crap, it's 1,000 courts, right? 3 million? So as long as I can get MHX to deal 3 million damage, we're good. So chat, any ideas? I see both of these are nice, but I probably need a Bond C if chat can handle that. Particularly a meta Bond C. I know I'm being picky. How does Olga compare to Indra on overtuning? The fight itself so far from what I've done has not been too bad. The end fight? Both those fights were kind of bullshit. I, honest to God, feel like I got swindled by chat going into the Olga fight without asking more questions and looking up more answers. But both those two fights, I do not recommend going in blind to. Whereas the prior grands, you can go blind into the final fight and you'll be fine. It's like, it's those two specifically where I go like, eh. If I want a 120 seal, does she need a pins or are they just icing on the cake? I mean, I would say you'd probably want Seal's 5th append. And honestly, probably her extra append as well. Wait, how much damage was that? Shit, I didn't see. I think it was 1.5, wasn't it, chat? Which is going to put me in trouble on this next one if that's all I can manage. Oh, wait. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? Hold on, I'm smarter than this. Okay, let's take a look at extra 2. So extra 2 is... After an MP, increases success chance for residual emission and amplification load conversion to 100%. 5 turns and causes both to ignore own debuff resist up. Remove one latest buff from target enemy and inflict 3 times amplification loads on self. Damn, chat. We unloaded loads. Successful Arch Chain will grant party 100% buff success chance up. Weird. And debuff success up 30%. 2 times amplification loads on self demerit and reduces. Why do you need a demerit? It's a fucking grand system. Why do you need a demerit? God, devs, come on. There should be no demerits. This should be like the peak of what this is. Like, that's to me is what granding is. You got a typo right here. It's Buster. I was like, wait a minute. Red card, Arts Chain. What do you mean? Mighty Chain will grant 100% extra attack up 1 time. Non-specific chain will grant 90% NP resist up. That is good. Grant self 10 to 50% power mod versus debuffed enemies, excluding unremovables. 10 to 50% P mod when self is debuffed. 60% chance to convert residual emission damage to HP recovery, and 60% chance to convert amplification load to attack up. Okay, I see. So I assume the demerit is it puts it on you versus it puts it on the enemy, and either way, it looks like you convert them to your shit. That's what I understand it. It's like, that's really convoluted and weird, but now I see what they're doing with it. This just Van Gogh go Burr, pretty much. I don't have enough to do any of the others. Okay, at least I got the starting charge and the other stuff. So she starts at 60% if I used her skills. So change this. But you also get debuffed. You get a P mod. I love P mods. Yeah, I mean, I assume like the enemy probably can't make use of the effect anyways. So it's just like, it basically boils down to who is holding the effect. I did not want, no. That's the costume one. Wow, I drew like no grands here. What the fuck? Well, Grand Oberon I see. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I don't include my Oberon in this composition. And I just take a support Oberon. And then I like move Shufu to the front. And then I can backline bond somebody else. But that, again, it all depends on, do I actually have the power here to get the damage output that I need? Flood the party! Flood the party! Everybody gets start. Hey, can we make her do 1.8? If not, see, the problem with this is like, yeah, it's so good that we have Oberon, but if you brick your Oberon, all right, 3 mil. That's good. I like that. We're close, chat. But like, if you brick your carry unit with Oberon, that's really bad. So it's like, that's the upside and downside to having Oberon here. This person's already 180. Jesus. There's several people that already are, because like even from the first Grand release, people just ground to 180, which is wild to me. And thank you for the 74, Neo. I appreciate it, my man. Wait, no. Gonna pull me out again, isn't it? I pressed the wrong one anyways, but I'm just basically avoiding making a decision on the foes for right now. This is why this is happening. What to say, I'll say it anyway. So, do I have somebody that can amplify more than Oberon's? More than 60% is basically what it boils down to. Otherwise, double Oberon's the best for this sort of thing. I want to see Summer first, yeah. I tend to copy the phrasing over and then change it. It's all good. I understand how that happens. What a glorious art pick today. Always is, chat. Have you not learned that I am a man of culture and taste and fine things? It is all I want. That'll kill one way or the other, but I'm worried that this is like in the damage variance range where it's going to be like 2.8 mil. Freaking called it. I knew that was going to be the case. No, I feel like there's someone I'm missing, chat. Is there anybody that can amplify damage by more than 60% for an arts unit in Extra 2? And I feel like there is. And I'm just not remembering who. Let's take a look real fast. Huh? Why is it asking me that? Yes. Okay. And see, the advantage of taking a granted unit anyways, you get like double the CE effects. Knock? Knock, huh? They have My Fair Soldier status. Chance to seal the party's arts cards except Self and Artoria Caster, though, so I couldn't use the defense down on the third turn. Because, like, that. Yeah, I was going to say, skill 3 would seal her in P, right? Yeah, no, that's a great point. Let me try that. If I can get a Grand Oberon to show up. Dude, I don't know what it is, but I think everybody did kind of what I did, and they started with like extra 1. And like people have just not gotten to extra 2 yet. Cause like I'm just not getting extra 2s to show up. I guess I could just take Vare here. Okay, let's see. What is my Nox skill level at, though? 1079. Because it's the charge. So 7 will put her at 16 and 42%. Well, that could still probably work. Let's try it. I think that's enough. And that gets my Oberon out, so I don't have to sit there with a Bond 15 Oberon in the party. It also... One shy. Always one shy, chat. Always one shy. If I had a lower star, I could fit in the 4-star Bond C. Yeah, you can't do Yang and Hoku. We were discussing that earlier. It's really like weird that they did that, but I understand why, and that does fit the lore. Like, the lore is there can only be 1 grand per class at a time. It's just we're all like, oh, but it's extra 1 and extra 2, so like none of us is thinking that way. Whoops. Oh well. Yeah, of course I did that. Why wouldn't I do that? You didn't see it in time. No, it's just my brain. It wasn't even, yeah, I didn't read chat. Like, my brain just was like, I'm just going to start with Nox skills to get them out of the way. And then, of course, I'm like, no, you idiot. Don't do that. Like, I should keep Nox in the back line so that this can't even and, of course, I'm in P sealed. Of course, I'm in P sealed. Because you, boss. That's why. To say, thankfully she's not hitting me that hard. Why am I still skill sealed? Fuck off! It's the 3-turn duration of the skill. Ah! God! Oh, and I have healing. I'm gonna send this. I'm gonna send this because, like, I need to get some damage out now at this point. I did like God, this is the most brickable comp I could have come up with between Nock and Oberon. This needs to be a challenge in Vintos's bingo. Brick your own unit for like multiple turns in a row where they cannot use their skills. Okay, finally, we get to do a thing. You know what? Everybody gets a protection. With great power comes great cost. With great power comes great responsibility. Or in my case, great stupidity. I hate it when the boss doesn't let you play the game and then he does it to himself. That's right, I'm the end boss. Haven't you learned, chat? The most dangerous beast is man itself. Therefore, I'm the biggest threat to my own humanity. MHX is involunteers, right? Yes. That's why I did that. I know it looked like I was making another stupid move. I might have been able to kill with the Oberon third skill, but I didn't want to risk it. Grand Chad Broth, yes. With great power comes great misplay. Wow, that was actually closer than it should have been, too. My god, don't brick my unit. Holy shit. Like, Jesus. All right, let's do this. Let's do this right. Like, this time, it's for real. No. I'm switching the party around so that this can't happen. I will use Proto Merlin and I will remove Proto Merlin. Get in the back line, Knock. Dad needs to watch his own videos. Well, like, so bricking a unit with Oberon happens at the end of your turn usually, right? Like, where it's like, oh man, I didn't do enough damage. Obviously, you can press his skill too fast, and that can definitely be a problem, right? But like, there is a point where I have to say, hey, this is no longer on me. Okay, let's do it like that. I don't know. Give Oberon himself his own charge. And then we'll flip-flop. Then I'll do this. And this. And I'm not pressing the third skill. I hope it kills. That's like, if this doesn't kill, oh my god. There we go. Okay. We did it. Oh my god, that is annoying. All right. Chat, we figured out a comp. We're good. We're solid. I will see you all tomorrow. Let me see who all's on. I see you, Mr. Sideswipe. Let's go return the love. And I will be back tomorrow. So again, I hope you guys enjoyed. We will have plenty more to talk about tomorrow, including the Famitsu article in full. So I will go over all the finer points with you guys. And if you guys haven't already, check out YouTube. We got 2 videos out today, again, for the second time. Oh, no, wait. No. We got 1 video out today. We didn't get the second one. Sorry. We'll probably have 2 videos out tomorrow. Maybe 3. I don't know. It's going to be weird. Anyways, see you guys. Have a good one. Good night.